This is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Viksorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Viksorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now, lift each other up and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. This is Richard.
Joining the meeting.
No. Yes. Should we? No. Thank you to help because I was hovering over it.
Good evening. Welcome to the Dana Point City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. I'll now call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, first up for the roll call is Councilmember Lewis. Are you on the line?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Mueller.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyatt.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
I am here and just want to let everyone know there's a pretty bad echo. I'm not sure if it's everyone else. It's everyone.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor is here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We are having some technical difficulties here, but I'm going to press on. We're at the point where, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. That was 4 yeses, so everyone can hear me. So we'll press on. Mr. City Attorney, is there a need for a closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
First, we have a direct public service.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with City Attorney, Director of Emergency Services, Director of General Services regarding COVID-19. Next, we have conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's designated representative is the city manager. We will be addressing unrepresented and represented employees for all positions within the city. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. With that, we will recess to closed session until 6 p.m. Proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate Point, residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Viksorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, We look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Viksorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again.
All set?
Good evening. Welcome to the Dana Point City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. We'll now reconvene our meeting. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everyone please rise? Face the colors. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. There is no invocation or presentations and proclamations tonight, but I understand we do have a change to the agenda this evening.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Staff would like to pull item 12 from the agenda.
Well, item 12. Okay. Okay, very well. That will take us to the reading of ordinance titles. At this time, the city clerk will read the titles of the ordinances listed on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any ordinance titles to read?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I do not have any ordinance titles to read this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That takes us to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and all will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, the public, or staff request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Madam Clerk, do we have any items to be removed by the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. City Manager, are there any items to be removed by staff?
No, sir.
And I'll go around the council. If you have any items to be removed, please let me know. Councilman Wyatt.
No items to remove.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes, I have 3, 8, 9, and 11.
8, 9, and 11. Okay. 11. Okay. Councilman Miller.
Nothing for me.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Nothing.
Okay, and I don't have any items to be removed either. I will move the recommended actions for the remaining items on the consent calendar, with the exceptions of items 8, 9, and 11. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, that takes us to item 8, the development update. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Staff does not have a report, but we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, very well. I will bring it back to council. The recommended action is receive and file the report, so I will move that recommended action. Is there a second?
Second, Federico.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second, so we will now open it up to council. And we'll go around the horn. We'll start with Councilman Wyatt.
I think it would be appropriate to have Councilmember Lewis start this discussion since she pulled the item.
Not necessarily. When you pull an item from the consent calendar, it simply means that it will not be approved by consent. It becomes a regular item on the agenda. So it's subject to our regular procedures, and that's why I'm going to go around the horn and
Well,
start with you.
I would like to hear, Councilmember Lewis's input and then have a chance to comment after that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, and thank you, Councilman Wyatt, for your consideration. I appreciate that. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the Rain Tree Prado West item. It says here, the third dot down, plans for first tenant improvement for Chase Bank at the corner of Violet Lantern and PCH are under review. I recall that this issue came up a couple of years ago, I think, when there was discussion about a bank at the corner of Violet Lantern and PCH and whether that was going to be problematic under the town center plan, which has been codified by Measure H approval. So I looked at the town center plan, and on page 24, it talked about administrative businesses as opposed to retail, being like real estate, offices, banks. It specifically mentioned it. Because on page 23, it says that if a use is not specifically stated, it is prohibited. Then on page 24, it talks about administrative uses, but says that within the first 40 feet of depth, first of all, if it's on the ground floor, fronting PCH and Del Prado between Blue and Golden Lantern, it's not allowed there. So my question isn't so much to approve or disapprove this improvement, but to talk about what is the process that we will go through to talk about where this is under review, because under Measure H, changes to the plan need to go through a process. So I wanted to know, what was the city process? How is it under review? How does that comport with the town center plan and Measure H? And is this something that we need to put on the agenda to discuss specifically so that we can discuss it? So if the city manager or who's ever reviewing this would like to enter into that discussion about how they're reviewing it, I would appreciate that.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Brenda Wisniewski, our Community Development Director, will respond.
Good evening. Yes, I'm happy to respond to that. The tenant improvement is a permit, a building permit actually, that is under review by the planning staff. And they are reviewing it to ensure compliance with the town center plan. So any inconsistency with the town center plan would require basically a change to the project itself. We do not anticipate any tenant improvements requiring an amendment to the town center plan.
Okay, I got bits and pieces of that. But my question is, okay, so when the staff is reviewing it, is the staff specifically looking at the town center plan, Measure H, and making sure that the use, not the improvement, but the actual use, because banks and other administrative uses are specifically dealt with in the town center plan on page 24, and where they can and can't be. So I just want to, and the reason I bring this up is because I don't want this to kind of slip through the cracks and then in some point in the future have someone else be able to say, well, I want to build this here because previously this wasn't allowed, and yet this wasn't allowed under the town center plan or Measure 8, and yet it was allowed. So I guess my question is the staff specifically looking at the requirements of the town center plan and Measure H as part of the review?
Yes, certainly. And that's the first step of review, is ensuring that it complies with the town center plan.
Okay, and at some point, will we see what the review entailed, and will there be some discussion back to the council and to the public at large, because Measure H was a public measure, that here was the review process, here is the language of the town center plan and Measure H, and here is why staff has found that it does or does not comply?
Just like any other review process in the city, the town center plan allows for uses to be established ministerially, basically by right, and it does not require any level of review by the planning commission or city council. So the staff will conduct the review, and building permits would be issued to once it is determined that it complies with the town center plan and Measure H.
Okay, is that a written review? And is there, under review, will it be in writing, and does it say the conclusion and what the conclusion was based on, so we can look at that?
If the use is a permitted use, it does not require any discretionary permit. It can just be authorized through a building permit.
Well, I understand that, but I'm specifically saying, look at page 24, which deals specifically with this use of a bank and other administrative businesses. And this page 24 specifically talks about where a bank or a real estate office can be located or not located on the ground floor where retail is supposed to be. So that's my concern about this process, is I want to make sure that we are satisfied that the town center plan and its specific language is being complied with, and how are we to know what the review process is and what was reviewed, and will that be in a writing?
So if the application or the business is permitted by right per the town center plan, no written discretionary permit is needed. Page 24, I don't know the details of that, but I assure you that the town center plan is being reviewed in detail for all new uses that are established in town center. If a use is a conditionally permitted project, or that if it does not, is unpermitted in town center, then the proper process would be followed. A use permit requires approval of the planning commission, and an unpermitted use would not be authorized.
Okay, so my last question is, when there is a review, is there a written record of the review, what was reviewed and what the conclusion was, or is there no written record of that?
So if it's a ministerial or permitted use, it would be authorized through the building permit process, and that is the documentation for that permitted use. If it's a conditionally permitted use, it'd be reviewed through the use permit process, and there is a permit and findings are made to approve that use.
Okay, and is there a time estimate of when this review will be concluded?
For this particular project, for Chase Bank? It really depends on the application.
Did you say there was any a specific date, timeline, estimate of when this review for this specific Chase Bank would be concluded?
So for this particular tenant improvement, comments have been returned to the applicant. So I don't have a time frame for when they'll be returning their responses.
Okay, but it is under review. You just don't know when it will be completed.
That's correct.
And who's doing the review?
Senior
Which
planner,
department?
the planning department.
Planning. Okay. Does it go to the planning commissioners, or is it just planning department?
The building permit, actually, let me clarify, it is submitted to the community development department, and it gets routed to the building department for review of tenant improvements, and the planning department.
Okay. Okay, well, I will follow up, and thank you.
Councilman Miller?
I have nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Nothing right now.
I have no questions. Councilman Wyatt?
So I want to come back and clarify. I know this. I remembered when I saw this too, as Councilmember Lewis brought out, that the town center plan has where banks can be, restricted, among other things. So I'm not sure I understood the response. So right now it's under review. Am I to understand that one portion of that review is to look at the town center plan in detail and review this proposal against what is and is not allowed in the town center plan? Am I correct about that?
You are correct.
And when obviously there's somebody who's made an application for this improvement, at some point you will give them a response back as to whether they can put a bank where they're requesting to put it or not, and any other things that you might have to comment about what they may need to change or whatever. But you're basically saying if it is that it's either by right or not by right, in which case, in either case, you don't need to go to planning commission or back, right? I mean, you will simply review it about versus what's allowed in the town center plan and say okay or not okay. Back to the applicant, essentially. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you respond that was correct?
I'm sorry, yes, Councilmember Wyatt, that is correct. We do review applications as they come in to determine that they're compliant with the
Okay.
provisions of the town center plan.
Okay. Well, I guess, unless there's an issue we know that is consistent with the town center plan, I guess, or at some point we'll have to assume we know that. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. As this is a receive and file item, I don't think we need a vote on it. So we'll move on to item 9. Mr. City Manager, is there a staff report?
Yes, sir. Matt Sinacori, where'd you go? Matt Sinacori will be giving, our Public Works Director will be giving the report. I think he might have thought that the item got passed on consent. This is the resolution. We have to do these every year about this time. There's several resolutions in here updating our Measure M2, the sales tax measure.
If I
Funding.
could, Mr. City Manager, if we're waiting for Mr. Sinacori,
Shoot.
we certainly can take out of order, I believe. We can take item 11. And, actually, I see Mr. Sinacori is on his way back in now. So we'll give him a second to get situated here. We are looking for a staff report on item 9, which is the adoption of a resolution addressing the required FY 2021 Measure 2 eligibility submittal items to the Orange County Transportation Authority. And I will turn it over to you, Mr. Sinacori, when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be in front of you. Sorry, I was running to go grab the town center plan because I didn't know if we needed it or not, so I apologize for me leaving the chambers. This item before you is a typical annual process where we are required by OCTA to comply with Measure M2 to submit a variety of items. They give us a checklist and we follow that. We've prepared all the items and put a resolution together for the City Council and recommend approval tonight. I'm
Okay.
available for questions with the City Manager.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I'll bring it back to council. I will move the recommended action. Is there a second?
Wyatt, I will second.
Okay, so we will go around for discussion. However, based on Councilmember Wyatt's comments on the last item, I will start this time with Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I have a question here. Let's look at page 1 of the staff report, item 2, which is approve the 7-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. Now, I assume that's the streets, because we do that for a 7-year period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and we did our 7-year capital improvement budget before, of course, this financial disaster of COVID hit. So my question is, given that we're probably going to be looking for money, can we revisit whether or not we want to do something lesser on our streets and therefore take some of the money from that budget? If we approve this resolution, can we still do that later? Because we have like the best streets in Orange County, and I think they're great, but maybe something slightly less so that we don't get to the point where our streets are going to be more expensive later to fix, but perhaps for the next couple of years, maybe change that budget slightly to try to get more revenue or more income for other things. My question is, if we approve this resolution that says we're approving that 7-year capital improvement program we already set aside, are we wedded to that, or can we come back and change that program at some point?
There's a lot of detail I could give in that regard, but the simple answer is yes, you can change it.
Okay, so by approving this capital budget, with what I'm hearing, by approving this tonight, when we start really looking at what we're going to do with revenue and expenses, this can be revisited, correct?
Yes, the key thing is that the list includes budgeted projects that the council has already approved, but it also looks ahead to have us be thinking about things the
Right.
council might want to do to give you an opportunity to request funding from OCTA and other sources. So this is really a planning document more than a document that commits the council to funds.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that if I vote for this, that I'm not able to come back if we need money coming from somewhere to say, well, wait a minute, maybe we do a little less on our streets for the next couple of years. So what I'm hearing is that that's still on the table even when I vote for this. So that was what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still continuing to go around the horn. I guess I'll go to Councilman Miller next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was not going to pull this, but the echoes back. This is hard to do this, but I was not going to pull this item, but since it was pulled, I'd like to talk about OCTA, the Measure M2 eligibility. There was a long discussion amongst the board of directors and in the finance and administrative subcommittee that I also sit on regarding the requirements of M2 projects. And I just want to say thank you to all the directors at OCTA and the staff over there to understand the hardships that this COVID pandemic is causing financially to the cities and making it somewhat hard to meet the requirements of our shared funding or the city contribution to M2 projects that will allow them to be eligible for the M2 funding. So we were able to make those changes for 1 year to see how we come out of this thing. They will be going back. I believe it's going back automatically. I believe we sunsetted it. We'll have to revisit next year if we want to make this determination again. However, that's a little bit more difficult because this is a voter initiative, and we would have to go back possibly to a vote of the people to make a more permanent change. So I want to thank OCTA, the board, and thank our staff for working closely and voicing our concerns moving forward. And I'm very, very pleased with the work that was done. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to Councilman Wyatt.
I don't have any further comments or questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have anything further. So with that, there is some action to be taken. So let's do a roll call vote, if you would, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lewis?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyatt?
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Aye.
And Mr. Mayor?
Aye. So that passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much. That brings us now to item 11. On the agenda, Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Yes, sir. Brenda Wisniewski, our Community Development Director, will provide a report.
Good evening, thank you. This action is a professional agreement with a consultant, LSA Associates, to conduct environmental impact review for the proposed Dana Harbor Hotels project. The scope and the budget is included in the staff report, and the applicant, R.D. Olson, and the representing Dana Point Harbor Partners will be paying for the contract amount of $302,205. Once approved, the project would be kicked off with a scoping meeting to the public, and anticipated to take about 10 months to complete the environmental review for the project. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to council. I will move the recommended action. Is there a second?
Wyatt, I was second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. And again, we'll go around for discussion. Once again, we'll follow the same procedure, and we'll start with Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions that might be for our attorney. So I see that this is the EIR and being paid by, looks like R.D. Olson or Dana Point Harbors, but not the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. This is Brenda.
Okay, so I guess my first question is, why is this contract between the city and LSA versus the people who are actually doing or conducting or for whose benefit the EIR is? Why is the city a party?
The city, in processing the application, is considered the lead agency, and that we, as a policy, take the lead in developing the EIR to ensure a separation from the applicant to ensure an objective review process.
Well, yeah, I mean, and maybe I'm just having trouble understanding hearing. I understand that the city is determining, right, if the EIR has been met, but I guess the question is, why is the city hiring the services of this contractor who's going to do all this EIR work that the harbor partner requires to build its hotel versus the harbor partners entering into this contract?
Councilwoman Lewis, this is common practice in all development. Whenever an EIR is required, the city is responsible for the EIR. So we hire the contractors that are doing the work because we want to have a level of competence that they're doing their jobs appropriately and not shading things in favor of the developer. Not to suggest that the developers here would ever do that, but as kind of a high-level policy issue, that's just the way it always works and always has worked here, and in most cities. We simply require the developer to reimburse us for our costs related to processing the environmental document on their behalf.
Yeah, and I understand why we want maybe to be able to say who should be hired So here's my question then. Okay, if there is any problem with this contract, then the city, as the party who is contracting, would either have to sue for the breach or could be sued for the breach. And I didn't see anything in here that would require basically the people getting the benefit of this contract to pay all those costs and indemnify the city if the city gets into some sort of legal tussle. I saw that there was an indemnification between the contractor, but the city, how is the city protected if there is any kind of difference with the contractor?
So first of all, bear in mind that the contractor works for the city. I mean, this is the city hiring the consultant. If there's a contract problem, there is a requirement in the conditions of approval for the harbor, if I'm not mistaken. It is typical in our development approvals, and the question's kind of coming to me out of the blue. I don't have the opportunity to go and confirm this, but we have a standard condition of approval in discretionary applications that requires the applicant to indemnify the city for pretty much anything that flows from the approval. So assuming that's the case here, and I admit that I don't have it in front of me, I can't verify, but assuming that's the case here, that would be the indemnification hook, so to speak, number one. Number two, as a practical matter, if we're having a contract problem and the work's not getting done, the city's not going to, the work won't get done. And the applicant wants the work done. So the applicant is very motivated to be sure if there are issues that they get resolved.
Well, I get that, but we've been in suits before with people who said they were going to take care of us and it didn't work out so well. So I just want to know, is there something that we actually have in writing that protects us? And so what I'm hearing is there are conditions in between the city and the applicant themselves that require this indemnification of all of our costs, including attorney's fees, if there's any cost the city incurs by result of this contract?
That is the norm whenever we enter into a discretionary project. I don't know for sure that that applies here because of the nature of the approvals that we provided for the harbor project. It's a little bit different than if someone comes to us with a CUP or a coastal development permit. Although actually, yeah, this is a coastal development permit, so I'm guessing it is in there in the standard. But I'm guessing, this is not a question I was prepared for, but our typical standard conditions of approval require indemnification for these kinds of issues.
Okay, and I apologize. I just looked at this today. My husband has been having some surgery, so I haven't really had time. So I looked at it today, and this question came to mind. At the last moment, I did let the city manager know I was going to pull it, but I understand that you didn't have the time to research my question. So I guess if it's not in the conditions, can we be assured now that it will be, and then I would feel comfortable voting for this?
That condition will be in the coastal development permit that was subject to this application as a standard condition. So yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The answer to your question is yes. That condition related to indemnifying the city is a condition of the coastal development permit that will be part of this application.
Okay. Okay. So my last question then is, I looked at the contractor's budget. Let me get to the page here. Where is it? And it was like 265,000 or something. It had various amounts that were budgeted in there by the contractor in its in its request for proposal response. And, oh, here we go. It's on page 3, the LSA, I guess that's page 24, estimated budget. So it says maximum of $246,949 without a couple optional tasks, a maximum of $263,222, a maximum of $258,430, or a maximum of $274,730. I was just curious why the contracted amount is $302,000 some odd dollars.
In talking with the applicant and evaluating the needs of our community, we opted to take option 1, which provided for a high level of visual analysis and technical review of historic resources. So we felt that we wanted to provide the highest level of analysis, which staff and the applicant felt was justified.
Okay, so option 1 is a maximum of $263,222 on page 24, 3.3 estimated budget. So I was just curious why it was $302,000, and does the actual beneficiary of this contract, RD Development and Dana Point Harbor Partners, do they pay the city $302,000? And then we're holding that, and then we're paying out this maximum of $263,222. I mean, how does this work, and how do these numbers get figured out?
The city is not obligated for any of the project costs. The entire project cost would be borne by the applicant. And the total amount of $302,205, we may not require that on day 1 of the applicant. It might be done in installments, but basically that will be the full bill at the end. If you look at page 75, that details option 1 grand total that will reflect the amount that's being requested. There's a 10% contingency that's added to that. That's where we get the $302,000.
So does the Harbor Partners and RD Development, do they pay the full $302,000 to the city up front? I didn't quite hear.
Because it's a 10-month project, we probably will ask for it in installments.
In installments, okay.
And if I could chime in a little bit here on that, we'll ask for installments prior to commencing actually spending money going forward. So we will always have deposits in place that will cover the work being done.
Okay, well, then I guess that makes me want to really make sure that the indemnification is in there, because I could see then if the city enters into this contract, the city is obligated to continue it. And if for some reason we don't get the money from the RD Development or the Harbor Partners, the city is still required under this contract to continue with these services and pay this maximum. So that indemnification is even more important. But you're saying we get the money in installments, not all of the money up front. So I guess we just hope that all goes well. And then, I don't know, I guess I wonder why we take the money in installments when we, the city, are on the hook for this money.
Councilmember Lewis, in our standard agreement, that's supporting document A. If you look on page 5, the city can suspend or terminate work by written notice to the consultant. So that alleviates the concern one might normally have that we're contracting for everything and we're on the hook for it all to get done. So there is a suspension or termination of agreement without cause clause.
Okay, okay. Well, that's good. All right, so if we're not getting paid, we can just put this contract either on hold or terminate it.
That is
under
correct.
the provisions of this contract. with some amount of notice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that, with the understanding that there will be the full indemnification language between the city and the people actually paying for it, then I could support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Miller?
I'm sorry, did you guys hear that?
No, we did not.
Oh, okay. I said nothing for me. I've been through this quite a bit, seen a lot of these. I understand how they work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Wyatt?
No comments for me. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
No comments for me.
Okay, with that, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to the end of what was on the consent calendar. Next up on the agenda is public comments. There will be a 3-minute time limit per person and an overall time limit of 30 minutes for this public comments portion of the agenda. At my discretion, the balance of public comments will be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. And again, as we've been doing for the last several weeks, we will be receiving our public comments via email at the email address comment@danapoint.org, comment@danapoint.org. And our city clerk will receive those and read them into the record, as well as distribute them to the council members. So with that, I'll read the last portion of this here. All comments are to be directed to the city council, shall not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I have 5 at this point this evening. The first one is from Penny Maynard, and it starts with her saying, I support local development, and it pains me to see projects in the Lantern District, the harbor renovations, and Capitol Beach possibly slowed down or stalled. Makes me realize that the city will require a significant growth of revenue to get back close to normal. Public health creates economic health, not the other way around, in my opinion. I often say, if you build it, they will come, paraphrasing Field of Dreams. Healthy people want to go out and mingle and shop. People unsure of their health status and the health status of others will not. As Dr. Brick said a while ago, quote, a negative COVID-19 test says you are not positive at that moment. It doesn't mean you have immunity. We need a vaccine for that. You can be infected later that same day or thereafter if you consider a negative test as permission to go out and mingle without maintaining social distancing or face covering, not the mask word, and other precautions. You could be mingling with asymptomatic people who infect you. More testing, including asymptomatic people. Easy to avoid people with symptoms. Dr. Weenfield, director of CDC, recently said, this virus seems to have a propensity for asymptomatic people. A recent article on Forbes.com and in other publications states that face coverings, masks, could result in 50 to 80% less COVID-19 infections. Face coverings worn on both sides is me protecting you and you protecting me. I miss so much going to my favorite spots in Dana Point, San Clemente, Laguna Beach, where I have worked every spring for the last 5 years. We should take the small hurt, the inconvenience for the greater good if we remember public health creates economic health. A comment on something Supervisor Bartlett, whom I like and respect, said on Friday, May 15th. Different counties have different demographics and virus infections and should have different restrictions. True, if each county maintains border security to keep people from counties and with less restrictions from crossing into counties with more restrictive guidelines. Same goes for states. If someone determines how to accomplish that, please let me know. Safety first, a nice slogan for this fall's political campaigns, wherever they are. We've added harbor businesses to our retail website. Signed, Penny Maynard. The second public comment is from Christine Lindenfelser. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Victoria, council members, and Dana Point City staff. Your team has done an amazing job through this pandemic with Public Works leading the charge. Thanks to Matt Sinacori's dedication to Dana Point. Your team needs to know that active use, social distancing, and masks are not at all being utilized at our county beaches. Lifeguards are either allowing it or not able to patrol it. It's quite understandable if a family wants to sit on towels together or play ball together in small groups 6 feet apart. But many of these groups are clearly not family members sitting within inches of each other, hugging, using shared equipment, and staying late into the night. The upcoming Memorial and 4th of July weekends could be horrible at the beaches as it gets warmer. Perhaps the city of Dana Point is okay with it as they started legal proceedings to keep the beaches open. But if Dana Point and Orange County infection numbers keep rising, this may be why. Just thought you should know. The third public comment is from Jackie Brown. Hello. As a resident of Dana Point and a slip renter in the Dana Point Marina, I would like to offer my thoughts on the lockdown. I feel it's time to open up the town. Business that we love and enjoy are suffering. Families are struggling, and it's time to get back to normal. We have done what we are asked to do. The numbers of the infected are going down. Stop holding down the residents and business owners of the community. It's time to open. The next public comment is from Wayne Yost regarding the Memorial Day ceremony. Due to the restrictions and out of respect for the health of our community, the 20th Memorial Day ceremony, sponsored by the City of Dana Point and the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 9934, will be conducted at the City Council chambers on Monday, May 25th at 10 a.m. There will be a limited number of live participants in the attendance. However, the city staff have volunteered their time to televise videos that have been submitted by the Marines and Navy at Camp Pendleton, vocal groups, political leaders, and our VFW Honor Guard. We have put together a comprehensive program to give honor and dignity to those members of our armed forces who gave their lives to defend not only our country, but nations in virtually all parts of the world. Please tune in Monday, 10 a.m. to Cox TV channel 855 or our YouTube address on our city website. For further information, please visit us at www.vfwpost9934.org. My last comment for this evening at this time is from Denise Colliber. Dear City Council, I'm writing to bring your attention to a serious fiscal crisis that may be brewing within the TCA. The TCA, or Toll Roads, is a governmental agency that is also known as Foothill Eastern and San Joaquin Transportation Corridor Agencies. Since you may have council members sitting on the board, I'm hopefully not telling you something at least some of you don't already know. TCA ridership is down and is facing a potential revenue crisis that could ultimately cause a collapse of carefully arranged deck of cards that forms its enormous long-term debt burden. The TCA has been feeding a growing debt machine for decades. Total long-term debt of $2.9 billion at the completion of the 2 toll roads in 1998 has somewhat grown to $4.9 billion today, despite 20 years of principal and interest payments. The TCA has never had sufficient revenue to handle enormous debt, but rather than admitting and allowing another agency to somehow your directors and others endorse repeated refinancing with capital appreciation bonds, meaning that unpaid interest has been added to the principal each year so that outstanding debt grows rather than diminishes. At this point, it will take another $11 billion before these toll roads are freeways, if ever. At worst, payoff dates have been extended from 2033 and 2040, San Joaquin, to 2050 and 2053 for Foothill. Our grandchildren's children may be the first to benefit from decades of tolls and developer impact fees. Fees and taxes that will have been paid by your constituents either as tolls or increases in the costs of housing and doing business in the county for over a half a century. All of this for 2 roads that we will have paid for several times over. Now, with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, these grossly over-leveraged agencies are poised to financially pay the piper. It is doubtful that revenue will be sufficient to cover debt covenants. While there are some unrestricted assets, these may have to be sold at a loss and may not be sufficient to carry the agencies through an extended period of economic downturn. At the same time, the TCA's recently placed 5 of its board members on OCTA board and is posed to extend its reach outside its original scope, now wanting to build untold roads for OCTA and no doubt getting the debt ball rolling all over again.
Thank you. I will give you a minute, Madam Clerk, to review if any more public comments were received during that time.
Nothing more, Mr. Mayor.
Very well. So with that, then I will close public comment and move on to council reports. Councilman Wyatt?
I have turned in my list of meetings to the city clerk and have nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis?
Sorry, I was trying to get to my phone so I could unmute. Yeah, I just wanted to say a really big thank you to Gelson's. I know there was some major drama and theatrics, but I wanted to say thank you very much to Gelson's for having their policy that no one enters their store without a mask. And they do that for the health and benefit not only of their employees, but for the people who use the store and patronize the store. And I wanted to say thank you for respecting the people of Dana Point. And I personally support that and support stores that have that policy. And I know a lot of people wrote to me and said that they were very much in support of Gelson's policy, and they thanked Gelson, and they had seen that stunt, and they approved. And so I wanted to let Gelson's and any other businesses in Dana Point that have that policy, I wanted to say thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Councilman Miller?
I have turned in my list of meetings and I have nothing left to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
I just have a brief report from an Orange County Housing Finance Trust board meeting that I attended last week. 2 items of note. The first is that the Orange County Housing Finance Trust approved funding, over $10 million in funding to various affordable and permanent supportive housing projects around Orange County. All of that money is well, half of that money is state grant money and the other half came from the county. And that money will go to projects which will help mitigate the homeless issue in Orange County. And the Orange County Housing Finance Trust Board approved next year's budget, and our city's contribution to be a member of the trust is actually lower than we planned for, in under $5,000. So I know Ms. Lewis asked questions about this in the past, and we are actually more than marginally under what we planned due to really sound budgeting by the Orange County Housing Finance Trust Board. That's all I have to report.
Thank you very much. I have nothing to report, but I will turn in my list of meetings to the clerk after the meeting. Okay, that brings us to public hearings. Item 12 has been pulled, which means we will move on to unfinished business, which is item 13, the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget adjustments due to COVID-19 impacts. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As everybody knows, with the onslaught of COVID-19, particularly in our area, back early March and followed by stay-at-home orders and other orders from the state on down, our local economy, like everybody's, has taken a hit, in particular to Dana Point revenues. Our hotel industry coming to a quick shutdown in mid-March had a big impact, and we have talked about it both collectively and individually to a large extent. Our projection right now to finish this year by June 30 is compared to budget. Our major revenue hits, particularly due to COVID-19, amount to about $4.2 million, with our hotel transient occupancy tax, or TOT, down $3 million, short-term rental TOT down $250,000, sales tax down $750,000. Some of that might be a timing issue due to governor orders that allowed some businesses to defer or delay payment of sales taxes for this last quarter. And then also our licenses and permits were projected to be down through the end of the year, but we are starting to see a rebound in our ability to process getting development plans and requests for building permits has kind of come back a little bit. So collectively $4.2 million projected out at this point for next year. All those same types of revenues, we're looking at about a $6 million revenue hit that we will have to solve for. Our budgets, we're in a 2-year budget that was adopted. First year was adopted last June. For this fiscal year we're in, we're fiscal year 20. The second year starts this coming July 1st. That's fiscal year 21. Both of those budgets were balanced. So these are numbers that we have to solve for. Recommended solutions and really the approach staff is taking. We immediately dove back into the financial policies that this council spent a lot of time on the last couple of years and got into place. We have a very robust, comprehensive set of financial policies, and the ones that particularly come into play are listed here on this slide. And I do want to really point toward a guiding principle on top of all of our financial policies. Prior to putting them together, we did develop principles. One of them, the main part that relates to what we're talking about, had to do with being mindful of long-term financial health while concurrently recognizing that immediate problems like we're in now occur. But for all of us to collectively look for smart ways to solve both short and long-term objectives, taking into account all the different policies that we have in place. The recommended path forward that staff is putting forth is to solve the financial issues. It does require weighting different and prioritizing different components of all of our financial policies. But I do want to mention that there is work afoot at the federal level to provide some emergency funding back to cities that could help offset some of our revenue losses. That is currently in Congress and the topic of debate at this point in time, to provide relief to local governments. So those are not incorporated into our current FY20 solutions beyond an $86,000 community development block grant that we are certain of getting and that we've submitted for reimbursements on. Beyond that, worked with the departments, all the department heads and other staff to reduce budget line items throughout our budget with an intent of minimizing in the near term here any kind of impacts to services. We took to heart not only the policies regarding maintaining our infrastructure and facilities, but really the extent to which the council put emphasis on this in developing the financial policies. So the investments in maintaining our existing city infrastructure and facilities was a high priority, and we're not having any impacts on those in our proposals tonight. Also to work toward prioritizing the use of city council designated funds. These are funds beyond what are required in the general fund reserve policy. And also then to utilize those general fund reserves in a manner where we also expect that for future issues may arise, including the lingering effects of COVID-19 on our local economy. So our recommended solutions to the $4.2 million revenue loss for this year comes from, and I do have a typo on this first line here, other revenues performing better than budget. I mistakenly put in a net number here. Our other revenues that aren't incorporated in like the $86,000 we're getting from the community development block grant or the hit we take on licenses and permits, the actual revenue, other revenues perform better by $500,000 for this fiscal year. Department line item savings, so scraping from almost every city department's line items, we've come up with about 1.45 million in savings for this year. We do have a known budget impact for the city attorney's costs, particularly as it relates to dealing with the sober living homes that are unlicensed in town, but also we've got a couple of receiverships that have incurred legal costs. There we do intend or believe we're going to get reimbursement for quite a bit of those costs, but I don't budget for them until I see the money. But it is something that when it comes in will become part of our solutions going forward. We do have I'm recommending elimination of a current year transfer out to the facilities fund of $100,000. The council over the past few years has seeded several $1,000,000 in that fund, and we are at the staff level slugging through projects to get our deferred maintenance up to date. I don't see this as being an issue for us as far as funding deferred maintenance projects over the next several years. We're also recommending reducing a transfer to the community investment account that the city council approved earlier this fiscal year. The current balance in that account is $5 million. So removing the $1 million we transferred into it this year brings it down to $4 million. We also have set aside in an unfunded pension liability account that we were eagerly ready to start taking action on this spring prior to COVID-19 hitting. But we've got $5 million in there. This is a long-term play, if you will, on addressing our unfunded pension liability. And in the short term, I'm recommending that we use $1 million of the $5 million we have set aside in that account. And then finally, the city's economic stability reserve, currently at $4.3 million. We're recommending using less than, actually it's 22% of that reserve, the $935,000 of it, which will leave additional funds should we need them next year, and possibly even we also need to be worrying about fiscal year 22, the following fiscal year, if the economy, if there's still lingering effects, which a lot of people believe there will be. But we don't touch the emergency reserve. I guess I'll go ahead and go to the next slide and we can run through all this. So the result of all those solutions are that we do maintain our unassigned or working capital fund balance at policy level of 7%. So that not only covers cash flow differences from month to month between revenues and expenditures, but it also provides some flexibility for council to address emerging issues. So the council did set that at 7%. So it was a major decision point for us in putting this plan together to maintain that flexibility in the unassigned fund balance. Again, I mentioned we used less than a quarter of the economic stability reserve. We kept the extreme event reserve fully intact, and we've maintained the Doheny Village beautification reserve intact. Recommendations, should we get additional funds that come in, particularly if they allow us to, if the emergency relief funds come in and they allow us to offset revenue losses. Our recommendation is that we first replenish the city council or the city policy for reserves, the economic stability reserve, that we also apply those funds should they come into solving first the FY21 budget, any issues there, but possibly also FY22 if allowed, to replenish the unfunded liability, pension liability set aside next, and finally replenishing the $1 million we're taking out of the capital investment set aside account. And I'm recommending at this point that there's so many moving pieces, particularly with the federal legislation that might provide some relief to our revenue losses, but also seeing how the economy reopens over the next couple months and what the real impact's going to be on our hotels and restaurants and all of our retail businesses, and what that does with the rest of our revenues that were mentioned earlier as being impacted by COVID-19. You know, I truly believe at this point that we need to continue talking about the FY21 budget at pretty much every meeting as we're going forward and get additional information. But a time will come in the next couple months where we're going to have to make some decisions on how to solve what will, in my mind, certainly be a revenue hit in our FY21 budget. And with that, I want to offer myself and our staff up to answer any questions the council might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have two public comments for this item. The first one is from Tony Nelson, Capistrano Beach. She says, I wish to acknowledge the hard work Mike Killebrew put into the budget adjustments for fiscal 20. I commend him for finding approximately $1.5 million in line item expenditure costs to at least partially address the devastating hit to the city's TOT revenue. Unfortunately, most of half of those savings were wiped out by a whopping $734,000 increase in the city attorney budget. But it was an impressive effort and long overdue. The elephant in the room is that Dana Point had a serious fiscal problem long before the emergence of COVID-19. In 8 out of the past 10 years, we spent more than we took in, resulting in net operating deficits every year except the last 2. Even before the pandemic, Dana Point was expecting significant structural deficits. If we don't address the root causes, Dana Point's fiscal problem will become a crisis. This year's $4 million hole will be plugged thanks to some of the limited cost cutting and tapping of surplus funds and reserves. But what about the $6 million hole expect for next year and the continued shortfalls likely in the years after that? We are already dipping into the pension liability reserve, which is likely already underfunded now that the stock market has tanked. Next year's $6 million hole will be too big to fill with designated reserves without violating council's fiscal policy or rating funds set aside for roads and deferred property maintenance. This problem is serious and it can't wait. A few years ago, Paul Wyatt did an analysis that concluded that Dana Point was spending about 30% more than comparably sized cities in every single department. I strongly suggest that it's time for this council to get serious about right-sizing our cities, not just balancing the budget, which has been a challenge for years, but cutting expenditures by at least 20% so that there is a comfortable margin to replenish reserves and put the city on the road to financial health. We can no longer ignore sacred cows like the 1.7 million city attorney budget or the 13 million police budget that the council rubber stamps without question each year. We simply can't afford to ignore any potential savings. It is time for Dana Point to do what every business in our country is doing right now. Look at every line item and find creative ways to enhance revenue, improve efficiency, and cut expenditures to create a healthy and sustainable financial model. This budget adjustment is a good start, but I strongly recommend council direct city manager to immediately embark on a serious and fearless look at every budget item.
Thank you.
The second public comment is from Joe Jager of Monarch Beach. In reviewing fiscal year 2019-2020 budget adjustments, I was shocked at the $734,000, which he puts in parentheses 75% increase in the revised projection for city attorney fees as compared to the original budget. The city attorney budget is out of control. It is a failure of leadership on the part of the city council and its responsibility to provide adequate oversight. Although Mr. Munoz has agreed not to bill the city for the city council's misguided and foolish attempt at having a restraining order issued against the governor relating to beach closures, it does raise the question as to the city council's judgment in the handling of the city's legal affairs. At the same time, given the difficult financial challenges faced by the city as a result of the pandemic, I am calling on City Attorney Munoz and Rattan and Tucker to reduce their hourly billing rates by 25% until such time as city revenues return to last year's level. And that's the last of my public comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I will bring it back to council and I'll move the recommended action. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we will go around the council for discussion as always. So we'll start with Councilman Wyatt.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So there's a lot to discuss on this one, obviously, but you know, I have sort of a number of mixed things to sort through here. First of all, you know, I think from a starting point, we went through a great deal of effort to change our budgeting process. And work through, and these are the first two budget years where that's come into play. And we probably didn't get it exactly right in terms of what the process breakdown ought to be, but we thought we would test it as we went through the various years. I guess we really didn't anticipate testing it quite so quickly in terms of what we did. But the things that we did that we need to now keep in mind, we did a strategic plan and set the city's priorities. So as we go through looking at where we're going to end up finishing the year and coming in, we're going to need to go back and revisit those priorities. And secondly, and maybe more important, certainly short term, we broke our expenses into three categories: core, important, and value add. With the definition that core were required for the city to operate. We had no choice but to provide core services. And important were ones where, you know, they were expected but not absolutely required, and value add were more discretionary. Now, as we look at coming in, we have a $6 million hole projected coming into next year. But this budget adjustment now makes that hole bigger because we've now taken money out of places that need to be replenished, so that we also not only have to offset that, we actually have to do some replenishment out of that budget. So that makes it a bit bigger. So what we're going to need to do in the very near term, as we talked about going forward, is figuring out if we push back to core, what's our expense level operating the core services that we absolutely have no choice but to operate as a city compared to what our revenue projections are going to be. And then we can begin to add on, assuming that we have funding above core. But that basically means we got to operate core, and then everything else that comes after core goes back to strategic priorities and looks as an add. So we have that budget work to do. We did the budget with those categories, so that data exists. So I think we're going to have to start going through, as we said, every meeting now and talking about this and working through those numbers and making sure that we know where we are. But at least the tools and the data should be in place for us to do that. So the starting point. There's the economic reserve. I guess I agree with that, in terms of using some of that money too. Basically, that is a recognition. That's a reserve that recognizes that revenues can fall faster than expenses can be cut. So it takes time with contracts and projects in place, in other words, for those expenses to wind down, even if you recognize that the revenue is suddenly falling. And so this allows us to have time to that, but we will have to recognize that that reserve bought us time, but now as we enter into the next year, that time is getting used up, and we're going to have to sort of build that reserve back up and look at how we are with that. I have and as we look at that and the other priorities, I think we need to look at another area that we've spent a lot of time kicking around in the past as to what it all means. But our visitor numbers during a given year have a lot to do with how much we spend. It also has to do a lot to do with our revenue. That is, if a visitor comes and spends overnight, we get some money from our hotels to help cover the cost of having that visitor in our city. If a visitor comes and spends the day, hopefully we get sales tax and other things, but likely not enough to cover the cost. One of the things we're going to need to do, our hotels are probably going to be doing a good forecast of their own about where they believe their business is to keep us up to date. We're going to have to start to figure out, though, what our non-overnight stay visitor forecast is going to look like also. I'm not convinced, and I've talked this over with our city manager a bit. I'm not convinced that number might not even go up as opposed to down. So that's an issue that we're going to have to make sure when we're budgeting, we understand what the implications of how many visitors to our city we think we're going to have to be able to police and deal with, and all the other things, and policing and code on it maybe even become more difficult with social distancing and some of the other criteria. So that's a budget piece that's new for us to look at it a different way. We're going to have to come back and visit that. So I think that's one of those things, again, I want to just bring to staff's attention, because I don't think we can ignore understanding our visitor numbers and profile as we start to figure out where we are in budgets. Just as a piece of input, sort of at a really rough number, there's a couple of things that I wasn't able to tie out in this budget that I think are somewhat important. So we have always had a difficult time in our budget of tying essentially prepaid or externally paid and reimbursed expenses offsetting the cost of delivering those expenses. So I'm a little, I would say generally, as I looked at the budget, that I would expect to find that the professional services expenses in our budget that are not being reimbursed by an external party, that is where there's no cost of of having those professional services to the city, I would expect those to be at zero, or I would like to know why any of them aren't at zero. And we haven't, so that's one of the things I think as we move forward, we want to drill down and it's hard to tell when we look at how much we're spending on them, whether it's a reimbursement. That is, as much as we were talking about earlier on the EIR for our harbor partners, anytime we're using external services in our permits process, our EIR processes and others where the developer has put down a deposit and we're drawing against that deposit to pay the expenses. This write-up doesn't pull that data together with expense in a quick way so that I can tell how much of this money that we're spending on certain categories is actually already offset by deposits. I would like to figure that out, and I don't need to figure it out tonight as we look at this overall comment and budget, but we need to figure it out going forward and moving into the year where we are on that and how to actually stay on top of that. And it really jumped out again in the city attorney's budget. I wanted to ask a very specific question. That budget breakdown on page 18 of the item 13 report has $100,000 adjustment needed to the city attorney's budget for planning. And I'm trying, and typically much like the EIR process that we just talked about, typically if the city attorney is acting on to somebody on permits and planning, et cetera, that's externally paid. Can I get, is that $100,000 offset by income, essentially, that's deposits down that we're adding?
Some of it, yes. Some of it relates to work on general zoning related interpretations for staff. There's a bunch of other questions that come up, but I will walk through the legal bills with you and Brenda if you want to do that, and we can show you all the different, the matters, if you will, that are getting billed there.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively difficult to track because I understand why the revenue and expenses get lined up differently because of timing and the funds work. But nevertheless, it's important to know when we're committing to adjust a budget whether we expect that's money that's being put out. I mean, we do this in contracts all the time. That's a contract that's signed that will not be spent unless it's offset by revenue. So out of any of these changes to the budget and any of the professional services I would like to understand, which are primarily going to come back again into community development budget. So if I can sit down and just work through with Brenda to understand that, it would be nice to understand how much of the money we're showing that we're still spending to external groups or to the city attorney are 100% offset on that area. The other one concern I do want to raise while I'm talking about the city attorney budget that's worrisome to me in it is that we went to great trouble initially to kill the category called general services, essentially, and not budget any money in it because it didn't allow us to understand back to some specific area or work how that money was being spent. It was much more difficult to drill down on. I'm a little bit hesitant to want to add money back into that category. I would like to know when we're getting billed, on 6-minute increments, essentially, what category they fall into, and not open up a $76,000 catch-all category if we can. So I don't know what the request to add it back in, but I'm concerned about that. I think it's not. It makes it very difficult to manage how that $76,000 is getting spent, since we don't get enough detail on it. So anyway, I think we should drill down on that and try to deal with that.
If I could, Councilmember Wyatt, if I could.
I want to continue to look at. But I guess my primary message overall, as we're looking through this, sort of the good news, bad news, we were able, setting the city attorney's money aside for the moment, we were able to get about a $1.5 million out of our expenses budget for this last quarter of the year. If we could get $1.5 million out of our budget for each quarter going into the FY21, we would have made a $6 million budget. So it's not, those don't translate across exactly, but it makes me believe it's not an undoable number. But we're going to have to make some real tough decisions, because we have the hole's a little bit bigger than that, because we have to make up for some of this money that we're funding these cuts during this year is. So anyway, my bottom line is whether, this budget, there's only 41, 42 days left in this fiscal year. So there's not much we can do to change it other than prepare to go into the next fiscal year, slim down. So whether we need to approve a budget amendment because it's a technical detail, or simply recognize that at the end of this year, we're going to have to move monies out of these reserves. And I think Mike, your analysis of where to get the money from was, very thoughtful and a good job on making recommendations there. But so whether we need to adjust the budget tonight or simply recognize that the heads up at the end of the year, it's going to have to get fixed by moving monies, whatever is the right process, I'm okay with. It's going into next year that's going to be really, where we need to start getting heads up, and we need to do it, sooner rather than later. That's all I have in this first round of comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I think the city manager had a comment to make.
So Councilmember Wyatt, we will sit down with you and go through the legal matters. I just want to clarify the difference between, I think you were interpreting general services to be general retainer, which used to be a large item in the city attorney bills that's been spread out to more detailed into matters. General services is the Department of General Services, and a lot of those costs that you see in there relate to interpretations of everything that's been going on since the COVID-19 outbreak.
Mr. Mayor, can everybody get their microphones?
Okay, hang on 1 second. I think we're getting feedback. So the request is, if you are not on mute, please mute your phone. Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager.
All right, I'll start over on that and shorten it. Councilmember Wyatt, you may be confusing the general retainer matter in the city attorney's billings and the general services department that I list as part of the budget adjustments. The general retainer has been split up and out into departments reflective of the work that's being done. So you won't see an accumulation of the billings being in the general category of general retainer. Quite a bit of the expenses shown in the budget adjustment for the general services department relate to efforts the last couple months here of the city attorney and his staff in regards to interpreting everything going on related to COVID-19. And I do believe that those contract expenses, we will be submitting them as part of our reimbursements.
Okay, thank you for that clarification and on that department number. Yeah, we specifically, you're probably correct, and I also do think it's important to note if we have specific expenses that we will bill back as directed to the state for COVID expenses that we report out to what those will be as we start to get those bills pulled together, so that we get it clears up our budget decisions a bit, and I think that's an important public piece of information also. But thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I have quite a few comments here. I think this is a good start. I also commend Mr. Killebrew for where we are and the cuts that have been made and the attempt to deal with this problem caused by COVID. But as was noted, we were going down the road of a structural deficit before COVID, and we knew that at some point a recession was coming. We just had no idea this was coming this hard and this fast. So let me start on page 2 of this report, update on general finances. So it says that, let's see, since adoption, the revenue budget has been amended and currently stands at $40,516,760. And then the next paragraph says, since adoption, the expenditure budget has been amended and currently stands at $42,954,277. So I would like to just get a general question answered. Why is the expenditures going from 39 million to 42? And why are we still looking at revenues less, 2 million less than our revenue, our expenditures here on this couple paragraphs?
So if I could direct you to page 43, it lists all the
Sorry?
budget. Page 43 of the document lists all the budget adjustments to date. That lays out by line item what all the changes.
Hold on, okay, I'm hearing some feedback again. If you would please mute your phones while the city manager is talking, we appreciate it. Okay, give it a try, Mr.
Do we have
Manager.
feedback?
I
All
don't
right.
hear it.
So if I could direct you to page 43.
I don't have feedback, but you're cutting in and out. I can barely understand you.
If you don't have your phone on mute, I'd ask that you put it on mute while the city manager is speaking, including the council member who has the floor at the time. When the city manager stops speaking, we'll pause, and of course, for you to unmute if you have anything more that you'd like to say in response to him. So if everyone can go on mute, I think that should solve the problem.
Okay, Councilmember Lewis, in explaining the change in the budget, page 43 of this document, supporting document B, lists by line item all of the budget adjustments that have occurred since the original budget was adopted.
Is it okay? But I guess my big problem is, okay, we still have the problem though. We've done all these adjustments, but we still have expenditures exceeding revenues by about 2.5 million here, and that's troublesome. Why is that the situation?
Included in those budget adjustments on page 43 are budget adjustments the council approved back in the fall that allocated out the surplus, general fund surplus of revenues being greater than expenditures in the prior year. So the expenditures occur this year because we're transferring the money out to other funds, but it was from last year's surplus.
This is Councilmember Wyatt. We've had this discussion many times. Can I weigh in on this? I know it's not my turn, but if I may, I'll ask the mayor for his permission. Thank you.
Well, okay, before we do that, are you going to, are you attempting to answer Councilmember Lewis's question or?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if Councilmember Lewis wants to, well, before you do that, let me make sure Councilmember Lewis wants to, ask the question of you or staff. Before we do that, I'll leave it up to Councilmember Lewis.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Please feel free to jump in. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Wyatt.
Yes, we encounter this problem every year, and I've continued to struggle with what to do to make it clear, especially over time. But every year we roll over money from the and to close out the previous fiscal year, and essentially all expenses where we have projects in motion or contracts carry over as expenses. But the revenue doesn't carry over as revenue, it carries over as beginning fund balance. So it doesn't show up in the revenue line. And every year, the moment we do the rollover adjustments from the previous year, our budget looks upside down by $3 or $4 million. And so, in tracking through that, that's one of those things that just camouflages information that makes it so hard to figure out exactly where we are. But we rolled in about $3 million worth of expenses, and the revenue. Mr. Killebrew has told us from time to time that you can only look at the fund balance to know what you did in terms of the budget, but that's really not very satisfying when you try to get through sorting out details like this. But that causes about a $3 million upside. That's why that amended budget looks so upside down. I mean, it was anyway. I don't know what to do to clarify it beyond that, but that's where that originates from. And Mr. Killebrew is right. All of those items are listed in that report at the end, but you can't see how they came about happening and why they got approved. And that's the reason I wanted to comment on that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis, the floor is still yours.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you, Mr. Wyatt. That's good because I need clarification on that. So let me go to the page 4 here. Let's see, page 4. And I'm looking at the stability reserve, which is, if I'm not mistaken, supposed to be 11% of the operating revenue. Do I have that correct? And is that the original operating revenue, or what operating revenue are we talking about that's supposed to be 11% of?
If I'm not mistaken, the policy says budgeted operating revenue.
Yes, is that budgeted and originally, or every time we amend that budget, does that amend what the base is of that 11%?
Typically, I try to stick to the original budget for operating revenues because it tends to be fairly stable. In this case, with the hit to quote operating revenues this year and next year, I'm looking at it a little bit differently because I also know we have to adjust our expenditures. So if the council wants to have a policy discussion in regards to the fund balance, or I'm sorry, the general fund reserve policy, we can have that. I will tell you, it has, with reserve policies over the years, it's typically, I'm looking for a stable operating revenue number to balance off of, because I know that we have to target our operating expenditures pretty much at that same level on a typical basis. So that's a mixed message there, I know, but we did shift in the footnote that you see on that table from the original budgeted operating budget revenue around the $40 million range to the amended operating revenue that's closer to 37 or 36.75 million. So my apologies for that, but it's an interpretation of really what the intent here is, which is to have a reserve that will allow for more on the expenditure side, maintaining expenditure, some percentage of reserves available for operating expenditures. So I know that's confusing, but the policy does not define which.
Oh, sorry. Okay, the reason I ask is it looks like on page, what page am I on now? Page 4, the Economic Stability Reserve proposed amended budget, $3,392,515, which seems to be about 8.6%. as opposed to 11%. And then when you go down to up to page 8, the second paragraph, it says the Economic Stability Reserve, quote, may be used to allow time for the city to restructure its operations in a deliberate manner. But such use will only take place in the context that the city will concurrently adopt a plan to reach a sustainable, balanced budget structure. So I'm a little concerned because we're not concurrently adopting a plan that has a sustainable, balanced budget structure, because we talked last year before this that we already have structural deficits that are going to come into play, I believe, next year. So how are we squaring, first of all, that it needs to be 11%, not less than 11%, and this sustainable, balanced budget structure? And then it goes on to say, if necessary, the city should use up to 50% of any designated reserve, and it should be accompanied by an analysis of fiscal outlet. And then there's 180 days to replenish them. So if you could speak to the concurrent adoption of a sustainable, balanced budget, and will there be something within 180 days to replenish, and why is it 8.6%? So I'll let you speak to that. Thanks.
I guess what I have to do is define concurrently as written in the policy, that it does provide 180 days for the city manager to propose a plan. The desire with coming up with that within 180 days plan is for it to replenish a reserve within a year, but no more than 5 years. So that does read confusing. There is a conflict there between concurrent and the allowance for 180 days to come up with a plan.
Okay, but the 180 days for the plan is to replenish the reserves, whereas the concurrent adoption of a plan is a plan for a sustainable, balanced budget structure. So I see those as two different things. And, you know, I understand you have your 180 days to replenish this reserve, but I would like to speak to the concurrent adoption of a plan to reach a sustainable, balanced budget structure, because at this point, before even COVID hit, we didn't have a sustainable, balanced budget structure. We had a structure that was built that had structural deficits built into it. So what is the plan to meet that requirement of the Economic Stability Reserve, please?
The adopted budget is structurally balanced regardless of what some people say. It is structurally balanced. The changes that have occurred since COVID-19 we're dealing with the solutions and the approach that are proposed. So I don't see any, I know that it keeps getting stated that we have a structurally unbalanced budget. We do not have a structurally unbalanced budget. COVID-19 is creating an imbalance. We don't know the extent to which it's going to last. Our hope is that at some point there is a rebound and we become structurally, we remain structurally balanced. But in the interim, as we're working through these budget issues because of COVID's hit to our revenues, we are where we're at.
Okay, well, I'm very confused now because our last, I guess it was maybe last year, when the originally configured FRC came up and talked about it, there was the acknowledgement at that time as the CFO that yes, there was a structural deficit and expenses were going to start exceeding revenues. I believe it was 2021. So that's where I get structural deficit, that was the term that was used, that there was a structural deficit. So that's why I'm kind of keying in on if we have a structural deficit, how is that sustainable balanced budget and how are we going to square those two?
The council in actions in adopting the last 3 years of budgets solved the structural deficit through many different avenues, from reducing staff size to having staff pick up a portion of the unfunded liability on their pensions, to planning, building, and engineering phase-in of fee increases toward full cost. We've adjusted scopes of work and contracts. We were definitely not only headed in the right direction, but we had adopted balanced budgets, given what we knew a year ago, June. But in the last 8 weeks, we've had COVID-19 hit us, and we're dealing with it now. But we had a structurally balanced budget.
Yeah, no, I get that, and I'm not certainly trying to put anybody under pressure. I get that we have this extraordinarily, pandemic that we're trying to all deal with. So what I hear now is because of what's been done with the budget in the past couple of years, that the budget now does not have a structural deficit built into it. Is that what I'm hearing?
It did not until roughly March 12th, and we need to assess what we have to address and assess and address the current impacts, but we also need to be looking forward to make some decisions collectively on whether or not those impacts become structural. And I'm talking, 3, 4, 5 years out for our longer range planning that we're going to be updating as we go through solving next year and fiscal year 22. We don't know that our businesses aren't going to come back and our hotels aren't going to come back to the extent they were, where they were, beating budget. So what the extent is structurally, I can't tell you today. I don't know that anybody can.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just now clarified, and I've heard, because I was under this impression that before this, we had structural deficits. So we don't have structural deficits now is what I'm hearing, but for COVID. So I thank you for that clarification. To me, this is a time, we've kind of nibbled around the edges of this budget and we're still doing things the way we've done them. And this, to me, is an opportunity to really dig into how we operate, the efficiencies of this city, and how we can do things differently, maybe in a big way. So the city attorney, I have been talking about this for 4 years, and it's nothing personal. I think, whether the city attorney does a great job or not has nothing to do with this. It has always been about expense. And now it's going up another $346,000, which is about another 29%. The city is spending $1.5 million a year on a city attorney. We've had this contract since 2002. It has never been renegotiated except to increase the fees, and then the fees have an automatic increase in the contract itself. I have tried for several years, with only one other vote, Mr. Wyatt, to try to get even bids from other law firms to see what's out there. I have put forth, let's get a city attorney who works here 40 hours a week for $400,000 fully loaded. We could get somebody to do a lot of this city work, because honestly, I mean, I was an attorney for 30 years. A lot of this work is very repetitive type of work. Even a lot of the litigation that we do, it's stuff that can be done repeatedly using the template of something that has gone before it. So my point is that this is the opportunity we have to look at things like this and save a substantial amount of money without lessening our services. When we need outside counsel, we have Rattan and Tucker's services there, or whoever else. They're doing a great job. We can certainly hire them for that. But for the day-to-day stuff, we don't need to be paying as much as we're paying, or at least let's be looking at that. And I've never understood when we can't even look at it. And now is a perfect time to start doing things that are different, that will save us money without having to really cut into either the services or our staff or that kind of thing. So that's one thing. Please, for several years, I've been on this council for 4 years, I have been asking, let's meet with other cities and let's talk about how we can use police services more efficiently. Let's look at the police contract and see, what are we getting for our services? What are we paying for? I know some chunk of the money in that contract is for all kinds of things that we may or may not use. It's something at least to be looking at. And for the past 4 years, we haven't even gotten 3 people who would even look at the contract. I found that very frustrating. And this is the time to start looking at that and seeing, can we find savings? Again, Paul's analysis a couple years ago that revealed that Dana Point was spending about a third more in each department, other than different from other cities that he had reviewed. Consultants, we have so many consultants and 60 employees. That's something we should be looking at. Is that something we can do? Is there redundancy? Is there efficiency? The parking leases, that came up last time, and I asked, well, do we even have a follow-up study? Do we even know if we're using those parking spaces? Because, the city's spending money getting all these parking spaces. Are we even using them? Is this worth the money? I was told, we don't have that sort of information. And now I ask, well, are we getting a rebate? Because, of course, for the past couple of months, and who knows how many more months, nobody's been using those parking spaces. So have we gotten a break on that? Another thing that I find that there's a lot of room for savings here is the automobiles. This is a city of 6 square miles. I don't understand why we need as many automobiles. I mean, people don't need automobiles. We can reimburse at the IRS rate for anybody who's going out there and doing things for the city. And as it turns out, although the FRC had originally said it's cheaper to buy, well, it turns out we lease. So the leases expire. That's something we should look at when that lease expires. Is that a place where we can save money? Do all these people who have their own car, do they really need a car, or is that someplace we can save some money? So to me, this is our opportunity to look not just around the edges of the budget and say, well, can we save a couple $100,000 here? Can we get a couple $100,000 more in revenue here? And I'm very happy that a couple of years ago, three of us decided to get the user fees up and going. So I would like to know if we're at 100% yet. Okay, so I'm sorry, I have to stop. My husband had vision surgery today. He just gave me a note. His vision is very hazy in both of his eyes, and I have to call Kaiser. So I have to get off the call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. And we certainly are wishing your husband well. It's now 7:56. I'm going to call, actually 7:57. I'm going to call for a 5-minute health and comfort recess. Thank you. Services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. This is Richard Vixoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Okay, welcome back to the Dana Point City Council meeting. It is 8:02. We'll now reconvene the meeting. We were on item 13, and I'm now going to ask Councilmember Miller if he has any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a few things on this. First of all, I want to commend this city council for all the hard work, and in particular our staff for all the hard work we did last year establishing our new economic policies. Those policies were established to specifically address availability of resources, of these resources to address extreme market and economic conditions. It's actually the very big conditions we're experiencing now as a city due to the coronavirus. So I want to say thank you. One of the issues we'd always had is trying to access the funds and those reserves has always been very difficult. And the idea behind them is to be able to use them in a situation like this. So thank you for all the hard work. One question about that is, and I think we've kind of touched on it, that we have some time, that the city manager has some time. He's got to get a plan back to us, I believe. And I'll just ask for a more direct explanation. Mr. Kilberg, do you have a plan and when to replenish these funds, and when can we expect to see it?
My recommendation is that we all work together on what that plan will be. The first step in that is doing a full assessment of what's actually happened. And my recommendation is that we give the reopening of the economy a little bit of time here. We're literally just talking about stepping into the second part of phase 2 of the governor's plan to reopen the state. We're hoping to get approval by the county, or by the county's plan by the state, hopefully as early as prior to this weekend. We don't know how many businesses are going to reopen. We don't know how quickly they're going to be reopening. The hotels, what their outlook's looking like. We meet with them twice a week. We started meeting with them back in March, 5 days a week, talking about what's happening and what to look forward to and what to do about it. So, our hotels as well are very forthcoming, providing me with projected occupancy numbers. And it's helping me to formulate my forecasts on what our revenue hit's going to be. I'm suggesting that we wait prior to taking massive actions until we see what happens with our local economy, as well as, and I'm not saying wait until we know for sure, I'm just saying give it a little bit of time right now because so much has changed, but also to see what happens with federal relief packages and whether or not we get some help there. So it's near term. I'm looking to be talking about the budget at pretty much every meeting we have. And I haven't talked to the mayor about this, but I could actually foresee possibly having a special meeting or two in August to work toward finalizing this. I would hope that we would know enough and be able to project with enough certainty that we would be able to solve at least initially the FY21 budget by our September meetings. But we're going to be watching this, I think, until this whole thing passes, not only the COVID virus itself, but also the lingering psychological impacts, particularly on the traveler. So we've got to see what's taking place. But I just think it would be a rash move on our part if we were to start making massive cuts when we really don't know what we're facing yet.
Well, thank you for that answer. You actually hit on something that I'm going to be speaking about later this evening on item 15 regarding opening the city. I think that's an important important issue that we need to be considering as we move forward. And I do agree with you. We don't need to be making rash decisions at this point. We don't really know what's going to be going forward. We do need to get our city reopened to find out if we can recover some of our sales tax, what that's going to look like. The hoteliers are going to be a little bit different because we do have to rely on the perceptions and the attitudes of the travelers coming in to fill our hotels. So thank you for that, and I do appreciate it. One of the other things that you and I spoke about this earlier tonight on page 11, I was really excited to see that the total assessed value of property in Dana Point grew by $634 billion this year. I thought, well, hey, man, $634 billion, that we're not going to have any problems with that. But as we both know, that's $634 million. So I just want to point that typo out. And you addressed something else on page 12 about we have to see how businesses survive the governor's stay-at-home order. We're already starting to see some small businesses close around the area. Watermark restaurant down in Laguna Beach was the first one I saw, and I also saw something that it looks like Pier 1 Imports is going to be closing all of their storefronts as well. So it's something we do definitely need to be concerned about, but do everything we can to help them reopen. A couple of quick questions, and I know you and I have gone over this, but this is something that kind of caught me off guard on page 13. You have the list of license and permit increases and decreases in the short-term rental permits. It's a $5,000 decrease. How many permits would that equate to?
That's a good question. I'm drawing a blank right now on what the annual renewal rates are, fees are, but I can get those back to you and the council via memo as early as tomorrow morning. And as I mentioned to you earlier,
Okay.
A little bit oversight on my part in putting this together was I think this was a couple $1,000s higher than what I should have expected when I put the budget together last year.
Okay. And I don't know if I muted. And then I saw the police services reimbursement is a $51,000 decrease, and I assume that's due to the reduced number of events that we're going to be having in the city this summer due to the pandemic.
That's actually reduced events this spring into June. So the music festivals.
I'm sorry, say that again.
That's between now and June. This is what we lost from reimbursement from particularly the music festivals at Doheny State Beach.
Okay. And I think that's all I had on this item. I just want to say thank you for doing all the hard work. We do have a lot of work ahead of us trying to resolve this $4 million shortfall. And I'm going to address that a little bit more again in item 15, because we do need to find ways to increase our revenues. $10 million over 2 years is nothing to sneeze at, obviously, and we need to start figuring out how are we going to recover some of that revenue or supplant it with something else. So thank you for your report on this. I appreciate it. I don't have any other, and I also want to thank staff for all their hard work as you go through. It looks like starting on page 15, 16, and 17, it looks like you went department by department and found cuts. So thank you for that hard work on that. We're going to be talking about some of these other things on the next two items, and I'll reserve my comments until then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'll keep my comments relatively short, just to not turn this too much into a workshop, because I know we're going to move forward and talk a lot more about this. But it is a very important, the most important issue we deal with. So I have some notes as I heard everyone else speak. First, to the staff, Mr. Killebrew, I absolutely support your approach for FY20. I do endorse using the reserve money. That's what it's there for. I think, at the risk of being cliche, it looks like what we're trying to do is flatten the curve of the impact here, use some reserve money and some expenditure cuts, and then we'll have to see what the economy does and what revenues do going forward. And so I absolutely endorse the approach that we're taking without getting into specific details or numbers. There's no doubt that this is a challenge, but to echo what some of my colleagues have said, our city is in a has a very healthy financial position. One of the healthiest financial cities or municipalities in the state of California. And because of the hard work that the staff and the council and previous councils have done, we are in a good position to be able to manage this challenge. We may need to defer some nice to have projects out in the future, but we have a structurally sound, balanced budget and the long-term financial plan that addresses growing expense issues. I would like to comment on that. We all know that expenses grow over time, and there's nothing we can do about that. That's beyond our control in some regard. Inflation and cost of construction and road maintenance and everything else, healthcare. And the way that a municipality deals with that in part is to evolve. We need to, for now, to Councilmember Miller's point, we need to get our economy back up and running, and then we need to evolve in the long term and see some new businesses open up here. And we'll continue to work on this, and we will get through this. I'm very proud of the staff and the policies that we have in place to manage this. Regarding a couple specifics, if the city manager or city attorney budget item was brought up a few times, I'd just like to say the majority of the expenses, and I would argue all of the additional expenses over budget for the city attorney's line item were unanimously approved by the city council. When we quarterly review our legal strategies and expenses, and we've unanimously approved those every time we've done that since we initiated that program 3 quarters ago. And that brings up a bigger point going forward. We may need to address some of the strategies and services that we provide for our entire budget and all of City Hall. And we'll do that. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to ask you on process-wise, and I'll end with this, is please engage the Financial Review Committee to have some of these workshop type meetings and debate some of these different options so that we can come back to the City Council and make the decisions here. But please don't hesitate to engage that committee to do some of this hard work going forward. And that's all I have. One final last thing is a thanks to our staff. Like Councilmember Miller said, we did put a ton of hard work into finding a bunch of budget savings on short notice to close out FY20, and I know they're going to do the same thing for 21. So thank you to everybody who did all that hard work. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I'll make some brief comments as well. I'll just echo what was said. First, I want to thank our city manager, Mr. Killebrew. I know how hard you've worked on this and how much work has had to go into it. I also really appreciate the time you've taken. We've had extensive discussion about it, so I appreciate you taking the time to sit down with me and go over this budget. As well as was said, I would be remiss if I also didn't thank the staff, when they were charged with finding savings. They went out and they did it. That's the type of staff that we have. And, I think we all understand that we're just here tonight because of a situation that is almost unprecedented. These types of events don't happen very often. And when they do, you hope that you're in a good position to deal with them. And I think that the approach that was taken by this council, the work that was done by staff, has put us in as best a position as we could hope to be when something like this comes along. And I want to commend everyone who worked on these budget adjustments. Again, specifically Mr. Killebrew for, again, getting us to the end of this fiscal year. Now, we all understand that that doesn't carry us too far, that we do still have a lot of work to do for the next fiscal year. And we're all going to be working very hard on that. But the thing is, we just don't know. There are so many things we don't know right now, and things are changing so fast that I think it is a wise approach to take this first step, get the budget in order for the rest of this fiscal year, and then continue to work on it for the next fiscal year. And as Mr. Killebrew said, hopefully we will know much more by the fall. So I do support the recommended action. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Before we vote on it, I'll see if there is any further discussion in what was already said. So quickly, I'll go around. Councilman Wyatt.
I just have one piece of feedback to Mr. Killebrew based on a question that came up about the strategic reserves. We have that policy. I know we debated the replenishment of that a long time and decided that trying to have a plan to replenish simultaneous with when you were needing to use it in an emergency like we have wasn't likely to be very productive because you wouldn't have enough information or time to develop a plan. So we ended up, I remember putting a 180-day time period for that plan to come into fruition, which gave you some view of what you were actually dealing with. So the wording in there, we may have, as we've debated that, may be wrong. But I think I think we are in agreement that if it is, we should just go fix the policy to make it clear that it's 180 days because we talked about that for a while. So just a comment on that. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilman Miller?
Nothing more for me. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Yeah, really briefly, I agree with Council Member Wyatt that it's unforeseeable that we'd have a plan now to replenish reserves. That's why we gave ourselves that time to get more information.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I will call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is Councilmember Lewis still online, or did she leave?
Councilmember Lewis, are you there? She is not.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyatt?
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay. Moving on to item 14. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Brenda Wisniewski, our Community Development Director, will provide the report.
Thank you. Good evening once again. Just wanted to direct the council as well as the public to the fact that there was a revised recommendation that was circulated this evening. Following a discussion with the consultant today, the consultant has submitted a revised budget and scope. If you can go to the next slide, I have the revised recommendation that indicates a reduction of the total project amount to a request of $200,000. and also a change in the overall budget. So let me just go over the recommendation. The request tonight is to initiate a general plan amendment for the city to update our housing element and safety element. This is a critical time to do so in that the housing element per state law is due by October 2021. Sounds like a long time, but it will be a very intense process that we will be following. So the city conducted a request for proposal and circulated the RFP requesting consultants to submit proposals. And we submitted to 7 consultants and received 1 submittal, unfortunately. But good, the consultant's PlaceWorks is the consultant we've used for the past 2 housing cycles, and they have been successful in us getting those housing elements certified. So staff's recommendation is for the council to authorize the city manager into the agreement with PlaceWorks in the amount not to exceed $200,000. That would include the existing budget appropriation of $45,000. And Jamie, if you go to the next slide, I have kind of a breakdown of the budget overview. I'm sorry, the next one. The next slide. So currently the budget has $45,000 allocated. We are also requesting the council to authorize us to apply for what's called the local LEAP grant. Basically, it's an over-the-counter grant that will authorize $150,000 to come to the city to overdo the cost of the housing element itself. So the overall budget impact would be about over $5,000 that we were recommended to come from the General Plan Update Reserve Fund. So that is good news, and that we have money coming from the state to support the housing element preparation. So we're confident we'll be receiving those funds as well. So going to the next slide of the overall recommendations, we are also seeking the council's support for the city manager to execute all grant documents so as to pursue that grant. And with that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll bring it back to council and I will move the recommended action. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. We'll go around for discussion by the council. Councilman Wyatt?
I support this action. I believe we need to get the general plan amended for some time. I think it was 1991 plan, 2 years after the city when the general plan got approved. Hasn't been completely redone since then, and we patched it here and there with a lot of specific plans and pieces, and lots of housing plans. But this is an element that one we have to do to stay in compliance with the state, and 2 will hopefully help us streamline getting into a general plan update, which I think we need to continue moving forward on. So I support this action. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Killebrew, I was having a hard time hearing the presentation, but did you say there was a reduction in the request for funding on this, or a reduction in the cost of the project?
That is correct. I spoke with the consultant today, and a memo was circulated to the city council this evening. The original scope was $246,000. It's been reduced to $200,628,000.
Okay, and so we're looking at another LEAP grant for $150,000.
The LEAP grant will offset the cost of the housing element.
Right, so we're looking for that grant for $150,000. When do we expect to hear if we're going to receive that or not?
We expect probably in July.
Okay, when does the project kick off?
The project will be kicking off in May.
Okay, so we're actually taking a risk if we're going to kick this project off in May, that we may have to actually take the full, the additional $150,000 out of the general plan update fund. Is that correct?
That is how it's set up. However, the LEAP grant is a non-competitive, over-the-counter grant. similar to the SB2 program that was offered last year. So there, and we do have 100% guarantee that the use of the funds for the housing element is it meets the criteria for the grant itself. So we feel a high level of confidence that we'll get the $150,000.
Okay, all right. So basically, we're looking at a grand total of about $50,000 coming out of the strategic plan update, correct? Or so, I'm sorry, the general plan update.
45,000 has already been budgeted for this item. So it's only a little over $5,000 that would come out of the general plan update reserve.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, my question, I think you kind of resolved an issue I was going to have with this, with everything going on with the COVID issue element or pandemic and the impact to our budget. I was going to ask if we could, possibly, size down this project according to their timeline. It looked like the majority of the work could be done by October, and then we got into other issues in terms of public workshops and I can't remember. I'm trying to scroll all the way down to it. But the reality is, I was going to ask if staff could do this work, but it sounds to me that with the $200,000, we already have $45,000 budgeted, so we're looking at a total of $50,000. I would doubt that staff could do even just the housing element component of this for $50,000. Is that reasonable to assume that we would have a hard time doing that?
Yes, we would.
I didn't hear it. Did somebody respond?
I'm sorry, you're asking if it's reasonable whether or not staff can prepare the housing element for $50,000? Maybe you can clarify your question for me.
Well, I guess my question would be, would it be reasonable to assume that staff could do this work for $50,000?
No, we would not be able to do it at a staff level. It does require outside consultant services.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking that question is if we decided to reduce the size of this, we'd probably lose the $46,000 credit from the consultant. Is that safe to assume that?
I'm sorry, what is your question? I'm not following your question. The development of the housing element is a very...
So if we were to reduce the scope, okay, let me rephrase the question. If we were to reduce the scope of this, let me get down to trying to scroll through this entire presentation to get down to the scheduling document. Hold on. Or I wish this was tabbed out so I could just get straight to the bottom here. Okay, you're on page 89. Okay. And my original question was, if you look at this, if you look at the planning on this, so I can read it as well, and you get down to the housing element amendment 2.7 policy, that looks like all of that work is done by October. Correct?
Correct.
And my original concern was, why are we going to go through a general plan update just for housing element when we have to do a larger general plan update? Why would we not just stop there? And could our staff provide that level of development for our housing element? Do we need a consultant to get there? And my guess where I'm going with my question was, it sounds like the consultants reduced their fee by $46,000 based on a COVID grant, because it could be a loss of revenue to them.
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
If we were to do that, would we lose that $46,000 credit from the consultant?
Let me clarify the budget. The consultant did not reduce their budget because of the LEAP grant. The LEAP grant is a separate funding source, $150,000. The consultant has offered to reduce their scope because when we spoke to them today, we talked about ways of being more efficient with the project, which included modifying our outreach program and also ways that staff could conduct some of the meetings and tasks ourselves. It does not overlap with the grant program.
I wasn't talking about LEAP. I thought maybe they came up with some COVID money.
No, they did not.
So I don't know. I guess I made that leap because there's a lot of COVID money around if you actually have a loss of revenue because of COVID or impact your business because of COVID. So maybe that was the wrong phrase. But so if we reduced it, we really would lose the benefit of the $50,000. I guess what I'm trying to get to, going round and round, and I'll just make this quick. I originally had a concern about a $250,000 outlay for this project, but it sounds like it's going to be a total of about $50,000 and only $5,000 coming out of the general fund update plan. And I don't think staff could perform this on their own for that price. And since it's only a total of about $50,000, I think this is a good idea and I'll support it. So I'll just cut to the chase, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Mayor Pro Tem Federico, I just thought of something I want to make sure I clarify. My motion was for the revised recommended action. I'm not sure I stated that clearly, and I wanted to make sure that all the council members have a copy of that. I'm holding it in my hand, but just to make sure, if you don't have a copy of it, speak up. If I don't hear anything, I will move on to Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have the amended version with the reduced fees from PlaceWorks, and I also had some concerns about spending this money right now. Although I do understand that this is a basic function of government and something that we do need to do. But I very much applaud PlaceWorks and the planning department and Brenda for working hard to get this number down to something that I do find acceptable. And so I'm going to support this. And for any of our residents who are wondering why we're spending this money on something like this, this is a basic function of government and something that we need to do. So I will vote for it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do have one question about this is a plan that we need to have certified by the state by next October 2021.
That is correct.
And when do we have to get it to the state by so that they could certify it?
So we have a two-step process with HCD. We actually submit to them a draft. Our target date is March of 2021. So it takes all that time to go through the review cycle with them to ensure that by October 2021, we have a certified document.
Okay, so even though it seems like we might have we don't actually have as much time as we might have originally thought.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, well, that's all I have. With that, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay. That now brings us to item 15 on the agenda. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Before you is actually an update. The city attorney sent out an updated a revision to the amended emergency proclamation earlier this evening that takes into account some additional actions the city has taken since the agenda report and declaration were produced late last week. Just to recap really quick, on March 16th, the city issued its emergency proclamation related to COVID-19, and on that date, Orange County had 22 reported cases of coronavirus. We are now 64 days since that proclamation was passed, and thankfully the capacity of the county's hospital system has continued to more than meet the challenges that it has faced. In the 2.5 months since the first reported case in Orange County, a total of 4,500 cases have been reported. This is out of 3.2 million residents, and 24 cases among Dana Point's 34,000 residents. Our community's efforts to reduce the outbreak of COVID have been successful to date in keeping our reported infection rate, case number low, and we look forward to continued positive news and a further loosening of the state's stay-at-home order. We have moved into the first phase of stage 2 as outlined by the governor and are hopeful that the county will quickly obtain certification from the state in the coming days to allow the broader reopening allowed in the second phase of stage 2. We will continue to work with the county on COVID-related efforts to move our economy forward. We've been encouraged to see some retail establishments offering curbside pickup, along with our restaurant community starting to lean into, well, obviously curbside service, but also getting ready for further movement into the second phase of stage 2. The COVID-19 cases in Dana Point have held steady, and we are hopeful to see more businesses reopening in the near future with plans to place the protection of the health or to protect the health of both employees and the public. I want to mention the Chamber of Commerce, who's developed recommendations for safely reopening businesses and restoring consumer confidence, and a consumer confidence handbook as a guide for businesses to develop plans and procedures to address reopening with suggested modifications. Copies are available at the Chamber offices, City Hall, and on the Chamber's website. And I know that I believe Councilmember Muller's going to talk about it a little bit when he gets the floor, because he asked us to also make sure that the City Council got copies of it. And we'll have a slide up on the screen when Councilmember Muller talks. The state has also developed industry guidance on their website. That's covid.ca.gov. Staff is also working directly with businesses such as restaurants that may need to adjust their seating configurations to include space outside of their normal footprint should their internal dining space be limited due to guidelines. Also want to mention that the hotels have established and are working to implement a cleanliness certification program, and that the Chamber of Commerce is also assisting in putting together one for businesses. The city is moving forward and is focused on evaluating city programs and services that usually provide for a fun-filled and busy summer. I've been in contact regularly with other city managers in the county to see what their decisions are regarding their community events and what they're going to be doing this summer. And we will likely have to be making some adjustments as we move forward here. For instance, our movies in the park and concerts in the park draw upwards thousands of people. These events, the ability to provide these events, they're actually in stage 4 of the governor's pandemic roadmap. Given that we are still working to get into phase 2 of stage 2, and because planning needs to be underway to successfully execute these community events, the likelihood of having to cancel or reschedule some events grows with each passing day. It is clear at this time that the movies in the park in June cannot be held, could possibly be rescheduled for sometime next fiscal year. But at this point in time, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to have a gathering of the size that would normally attend our movies in the park. We've been in discussions with the Orange County Transportation Authority regarding our summer trolley program. The state has issued transit guidelines that are challenging to meet given the size and configuration of our trolleys. Providing or achieving adequate social distancing as outlined in those guidelines does not appear possible, and thus running our trolleys in the near future also does not appear to be an option. The city is working to get some recreation programs underway for later in the summer, should the community center be able to open with some operational modifications. But in the meantime, staff has launched a virtual recreation program. I want to mention that changes to ready our City Hall here for opening to the public are near completion, and we are hopeful to open City Hall's public counters hopefully as early as later this week. There will be some new protocols in place to protect both employees and the public's health. We are requiring temperature checks upon arrival of the City Hall's campus, and will be required both of staff and the public prior to entering any of our facilities. Installation of plexiglass at our public counters has been completed. We are requiring face coverings both for employees and for those that are coming in to do business with the city. We will have occupancy limits for our lobbies and also our conference rooms that will be enforced, and there is signage for social distancing posted both at eye level as well as markers placed on the ground. As I didn't mention yet, face coverings are required, but we will also be offering them to customers that show up should they not have them. We are looking forward to the return of opening the council chambers for meetings next month as well. So we will be working with the mayor and council members to make sure that all of their considerations are taken into play here as we get ready to open back up council meetings with council members. And we're looking to also provide some space for a public to come in and make comment. Staff continues to publish a community update email 3 times per week with the latest information from official sources about COVID-19 and the community's response to the pandemic. I encourage anyone interested to go to our website, danapoint.org. Right on the top of the page, you can click on the COVID message and enter your email address to sign up for our newsletter. The city remains committed to protecting the health and welfare of our residents, and all of our efforts are focused in that regard. As we begin to see the softening of the stay-at-home order, we encourage everybody to be respectful of others, to socially distance, and to wear face coverings. I'm hopeful that working together, there will be a day soon enough where normal is normal again. I know I've said that before, and I'm going to keep saying it. I do have great hopes that we will return to some level of normal. Finally, I want to thank all the staff for working their way through these times. I also want to thank the city council. Every one of you has provided me with ideas and insights and opinions that have provided great value in the decisions that we've been making down at the staff level. And I do appreciate your openness and fairness in all the discussions I've had with each and every one of you. And with that, we are available to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to council. The recommended action is to adopt the resolution which ratifies the revised Amendment 3 to the local emergency proclamation. So I will move the recommended action.
Wyatt, I will second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we'll go around. If there's any discussion, Councilman Wyatt?
No, I'm in favor of making these changes to the emergency declaration, amending it as outlined here. I think we, as we unwind the specifics here, that our basically effort will be simply to understand the state and county's requirements and how we can most effectively operate within them, and continuing to take advantage of all the opportunities they give us to move ahead faster by doing the right things. I think one of the things that we are very fortunate of as a city is, our climate, our Mediterranean climate means that our summers are pretty and not too hot. And as we start to look at creative ideas as people come back to take parking areas in some areas and turn them into outdoor seating areas so we can spread people out. And I think there's a variety of things where we should be spending our time on working with our businesses on creative approaches to be able to make it the city a welcoming place to come, and our restaurants continue to operate without packing anybody inside of buildings in close proximity. So I think there's plenty of opportunities there, and that's really what I look for us to spend our time on working together with our businesses and the county, state on to get certified to be able to move ahead as quickly as we can. Ensure that we can follow the guidelines given. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I was looking through this order, I do want to congratulate our staff. We've done a really good job, and I've been commended by more than one person around town about everything that the city of Dana Point has been able to accomplish through these tough times. People talk about our city, how we haven't been overbearing. People have been respectful. Not everybody wears a mask, but that's okay. We don't require it. A lot of people do. I wear a mask when I go into stores, even though I don't believe we should require it of people. I do choose to do that. So, there's been a lot of loss of life through this process. It's very unfortunate, and our hearts go out to those families that have lost loved ones because of this virus. Our economy's been virtually destroyed. We have the greatest economy in my lifetime, and I think in the history of our country. And we watched it just get shut down within weeks and completely flip us over to unemployment levels that rival the Great Depression. And it's because of acts that we took. And all those actions were based on scientific models that at the beginning we didn't know. We didn't have the data. We said, listen, these are the experts. Let's listen to them. Let's follow their guidelines. But they've since been proven wrong. And I'm not sure why people are still trying to cling to those models when we actually have the data that they were incorrect and they did a lot of damage. They were designed to flatten the curve. We have done that. It was a tragedy, the lives that we lost. We're very empathetic to those families. But it's time we have to follow the numbers. We have 3.2 million residents in Orange County. We've only performed 80,000 tests. That's a huge failure of our healthcare system, our healthcare agency, not just the county agency, but the state agency as well, not providing the test kits that we need and pushing them out. We have 4,500 confirmed cases, only 88 deaths. We have a recovery level of 98%. I truly believe it's higher than that because of our lack of testing. I think there's more exposure out there than we're aware of, and I think that number is actually lower. If you look at the mortality rate for the county, it's 0.002%. Statistically insignificant. We have a positive test rate of 5% based on the number of tests we've done, and the infection rate in Dana Point is 0.007%. This is one of those things we need to stop looking at it in terms of sheer numbers. We need to look at all the data. And I say this all the time. When people use percentages, they're trying to convey one thing. When they use hard numbers, they're trying to do something else. And I don't want to say that we're trying to that people are mongering fear to keep you in. But you have to look at all of it, what those numbers really mean. What Sweden did was interesting. They stayed open, but they quarantined their at-risk groups. Now they are getting some spikes right now, but they're not big. They're actually higher than other areas of Europe. However, their mortality rates are relatively low. They have developed a herd immunity. They were not impacted. Their economy was not impacted like the rest of the world was. So, it's time we really start talking about what I've been talking about for the last 6 weeks is we need to come up with plans. We have groups of people that we know are at risk. You can see the numbers. It's easy to point them, pick them out just when you look at the county's data that they're reporting. And we need to do something different for those groups. We need to help them and get them in a situation where we can keep them safer than if they were out on the streets with people who are at a lower risk. I mean, we're Americans. We assess our own risk. We're willing to assume the risk that I'm personally willing to take. Sacramento, the supervisors have been doing a good job trying to push forward a plan on how to open, and Sacramento is finally trying to do the same thing, but the damage is already done. A lot of small businesses may never open again because of this. It's going to take generations probably to get the jobs back. I hope I'm wrong about that. I really do hope I'm wrong and that we do recover much faster than what most people are predicting. But Dana Point, in conjunction with our Chamber of Commerce, has a plan. And I'm very proud of what the Chamber did. They did exactly what we asked them to do, or what I asked them to do when I went to the executive director, Vicki, and said, we need to start talking to our businesses. Nobody has more at risk than our businesses when they reopen. If they open and they're not safe and something happens and they're perceived not to be a safe environment, people are not going to go there. And so why don't we lean on people whose very livelihood depends on them being able to make people comfortable? And so they did this. And, you know, I just learned earlier today that they actually have gotten buy-in from other Chamber of Commerce's in South County. Aliso Viejo, Laguna Hills, Laguna Niguel, Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, San Clemente, and San Juan have all signed on to endorse this plan to reopen. This is exactly what people talk about. We do need to work together. And I'm very proud of our chamber and the leadership they exhibited to get all of South County together on this. I think this is a point in time where Dana Point can truly take the lead on this. And I've been asking to do this for weeks, that we send this plan up to the county and, more importantly, up to the state. No different than what we did when we wanted to open the beaches. The state asked us for a plan. We provided it. They approved it. We're open. So there's really no reason not to do this with this plan on how to open our businesses and restaurants. If there's something in it that they don't like, let them tell us what it is and we can make adjustments. Excuse me. You know, we're looking at a budget, but our budget adjustments are going forward. We're predicting losing $10 million over the next 2 years. I don't know how we recover that, but I know the very first step to it is we need to do something and get these businesses back open. The data just does not warrant keeping them closed any longer. It never did. I'm not blaming anybody for that. It was something nobody knew about. We had to do what the experts were telling us. But now that we have the data, we can look at what's truly going on in our county, more importantly, in our city. It's time to open back up and help these businesses out. I talk to business owners every day, and most of these guys are right on the edge right now. Will they ever be able to reopen again? They're not sure. If we wait another 4 weeks, they're not sure. So I think and I hope I can get the support of this council, and I think maybe I need to make an amended motion to add this in. I'm not sure what it takes to have staff send this up to the state of California and to the county supervisors to see, you know, what the response would be to that. And I guess, Mr. Munoz, would I need to amend this motion, or Mr. Gilbert? Hello?
Sure, you can propose an amended motion for us to send this to the county and the
Well, I
state.
would like to amend the motion to include the chamber's plan for opening businesses, and we send that up to Sacramento and to the Santa Ana to get feedback on when we can implement that, and possibly even get some of our restaurants open by the end of the weekend, or end of the week before a big Memorial Day weekend. So I'd like to amend the motion to
Let me just get a bit of clarification. I think your original question was, do we need to amend the motion, or is it just direction that the council can give? Is that a question for Mr. Munoz, or is it?
So my understanding.
Well, that's what I was asking, but
We'll get an answer for you.
So my understanding of what Councilmember Miller has asked is to amend the motion to adopt the resolution to include something to the effect of, adopt the resolution and forward the chamber's plan for reopening to the county and to the state, seeking guidance from them on, or I guess maybe I should say input from them with respect to it, if I understood his question or his motion correctly.
I understood the motion to be, that the question was, can we approve the revised amendment and also send this plan, send it up? Does that need to be part of the motion, or is that simply direction we can give to? I think that's what he was asking.
There's no reason for it to be a motion, but there's nothing that precludes it from being one. So if that's the direction of the council, we'll do it regardless of whether it's in the motion or not.
Okay. So that
is what I will support the current motion, but I would like to give direction to staff to send this to the state and to the county for their input on it.
Okay. And I think all our council members understand that. We'll go around and make sure everybody is, understands what we're doing. The motion is to approve the amendment to the emergency proclamation. And also, we are going to be giving direction to the staff to send this up to higher. So I will, before I move on to Mayor Pro Tem Federico, I just want to make sure if you have anything else, Councilman Miller.
No, that was it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the amendment to the emergency declaration and the council direction to staff to send the Chamber of Commerce guidance up to show Santa Ana and Sacramento that we are taking the lead and thinking ahead. I thank our staff and the Chamber of Commerce in particular, Vicky McMurchie, who put this together or did the lion's share of the work. To show our residents and our businesses and our guests that we're taking safe opening seriously. I do like that we're separating the staff direction from the motion so as not to confuse anyone. I get the question a lot, Dana Point, why don't you open? And even in council, we use the word we a lot. We need to open, we need to do this. And the distinction is the city of Dana Point is still a city in the county of Orange and the state of California. And I think we, the city of Dana Point, would do some things very differently if not for the restrictions placed on us by hire. So, the distinction is important. And to all our residents, we, the city of Dana Point, are doing everything we can do to make sure that our businesses are prepared to open safely. We heard some of the things we're doing tonight to work with our businesses to help them facilitate reopening, and we are absolutely ready to go and do it safely and do it correctly. I want to thank all of our residents for flattening the curve here in Dana Point, and because we flattened it, we are absolutely ready to go. I'll support this amendment, and for what it's worth, and it can't hurt, letting Santa Ana and Sacramento know that we're ready to do it safely. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I also support the motion to approve the revised amendment to the emergency proclamation. And I also support the direction to staff to send up the plan as Councilman Miller has proposed. And so, I just want to say this is good news. We're moving in the right direction and we're doing it responsibly. We're not exceeding anything that has been imposed on us by hire, but we are doing what we are allowed to do. And so I am encouraged that we are moving in this direction. I do want to thank Councilman Miller for taking the initiative to work with the chamber on this plan or these guidelines for how to start reopening our businesses. And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Federico that it's a good idea to for Dana Point to make our position known and take the lead where we need to take the lead. So having said that, I know three of us have commented on it, but Councilman Wyatt hasn't had a chance to comment since Councilman Miller suggested this direction. So I will turn it over to Councilman Wyatt.
Yes, I support direction to the staff to send this document. I read the document when the council, when the chamber put it out. I was very impressed with the amount of work and the thought that went into putting that document together and taking the lead to give our businesses the guidance that they needed, instructions to work to, know how they could move forward and reopen. So I think we need to support them, and we need to get that feedback. If we're off base somewhere, the sooner we know, the better. And I'm sure it can be adapted to. I think the other thing that that we can sort of at least casually direct staff to do as they look at how we reopen. It may be that some ordinances in the city will have to be temporarily modified a little bit to allow more outdoor venues, to close off some parking areas or street areas and places and other things, so we can spread people out more while they're in our city, dining and other things. And that may require, and I think we should just simply agree that we want them to be creative in that regard. And if it means that we have to come back with these to temporarily change something while this is going on, we should tell them to. We're more than welcome to look at advice further on what we can do to allow the city to reopen while keeping people safe. So I think this is a solid amendment, and we may need some more as we learn more. But thank you for the effort to put it together.
Okay.
And thank you, Councilmember Miller, for bringing the chamber document to us as a council to support and move forward. I think that was very good.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, what I'm going to do is call for the vote now on the motion. And all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, opposed? That passes unanimously. And just to make sure before we move on, is there any questions from staff on the direction? The answer is no from staff. They understand the direction clearly that was given. So thank you very much. That finishes item 15. So we'll move on now to staff reports. Mr. City Manager.
I think I've spoken enough tonight, but I was going to mention the VFW Memorial Day, but I won't steal your thunder if you were going to talk about that, Mr. Mayor.
You can go ahead and steal my thunder.
So our normal Memorial Day ceremony that's put on by our local VFW post obviously can't happen this year given the restriction on gatherings, but they will be conducting a ceremony from this chambers and broadcasting it, and information for where you can pick that up online will be available or is available on the city's website.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. City Attorney.
I have nothing to report this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the adjournment. The next regular meeting of the City Council will be June 2nd, 2020 at 5 p.m. And with that, we are adjourned.